day. Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone to the May 27th Committee of the Whole meeting for the City of Mayfield Heights. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Brunello.
Here.
Mr. Buffa.
Here.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Here.
Mr. Medic.
Here.
Mr. Minor. Ms. Talbin.
Here.
Mr. Teller.
Here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the Parkland Townhomes with Summers Development Group, and then it will be followed by a public hearing that will be led by Mr. LaGrasso. Mr. Summers, would you like to present? Feel free to speak up in the microphone, but I guess we've heard you before, many presentations. This is more to kind of a wrap up, but also we've, opened it up a little bit to the public, including a public portion that I think Mr. LaGrasso scheduled and advertised around 6:45. So I think it's really to touch base on what we've learned, heard together, and present the plan, because I know there are a number of items that are on our agenda tonight that impact this from your BZA meeting. So this is really just to kind of catch this committee up to a whole, to speed, as well as anyone in the audience that may have not heard your presentation, just to kind of go over. Really, I know you don't have your PowerPoint ready here. I don't think we asked you for that, but it's really just to give a presentation where we stand today, where you are, benefits to the city, et cetera. And we do appreciate what you've shared with Mr. Minor, that we'll put out there as well publicly, but we just received that today. But Greg, if you want to give a presentation, the floor is yours.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So council did get a copy of what I submitted to Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Okay. Because he had submitted an outline, and we tried to get as detailed as possible, fiscally, the vision for the site, going back to the roots about, how impossible ground up offices. So there was a lot of information on there. As you saw, it was a pretty extensive document. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I don't think you want me to do that.
No, but if you get at the highlights, I think there's some new information that, the city has not heard yet. So if you want to hit the highlights of that, that would be great.
The one area I'd actually like to start off saying, and I touched on this during BZA, there was a letter that was received from some of the surrounding residents at Woodhawk. And when I was in front of BZA, we did some research and provided some context. Some of the people had mentioned about the density, the type of product. And then, I had brought in pictures and I showed this is really a perfect transitional location for the site. I mean, you have 6-foot solid concrete walls that completely, separate the project area from the existing residences there. And we also spoke to some of the residences after the BZA meeting. And I also went and personally put letters with my contact information in all those residents' mailbox that live down there. And we've reached out and made several offers to accommodate in every way that we possibly could. Discuss their concerns. One of the things that a few of them asked if we could take, there's a big pile of topsoil there now. We offered to basically do even in addition to that concrete wall, to build a mound there and plant tall trees to even provide additional privacy year-round with some evergreens. The one woman that lives all the way at the end on the left side, we offered to also extend the concrete wall so it completely closes off Woodhawk. Some of them are very concerned that there'd be connectivity or and such. So we offered to do that openly, and I want to say that on the record. And we're offering to do that additional buffering. But the good news is, I went out there. I actually meant to bring the picture board, and I forgot. But it's about as solid as a buffer as you could ever ask for. And they had mentioned density. I went to John Carroll. I've lived in the area for years. I lived in Woodhawk Club back there. I'm sure everyone's familiar with it. They had mentioned density there. I think there's 309 units back there in their own neighborhood. It's very dense. As we got into detail with BZA, for this type of product nationally and, per acre density, I mean, it was a reasonable request, and I think that's what BZA saw too. And these are going to be high-end. The whole goal was to, enhance the community, but we also are cognizant of the fact that, they do want to maintain privacy, and we're willing to make that investment to accommodate the neighbors' concerns. And like I said, I'm saying that on the record, and we will follow through with that. So I think that's always a very important point, and that's why I wanted to lead with that. And I'll go through that again, during the regular meeting when I think more of the residents will be here, but I wanted council to know that we did reach out and we are committing to doing that. So with that being said, in the information, I presented some information based upon what Mr. Minor had requested. And, we found some very meaningful data points. For one, and we were surprised about this when we first started working with the city, that Mayfield Heights only has a 49% owner occupancy rate, which is pretty low. I was surprised. Again, I'm a lifelong Cleveland guy. I've lived around here, went to college, lived in the area forever. I was pretty surprised about that. So just going in line with the vision of the project, I think what we're planning here is a perfect step in terms of consistency with the comp plan, and high quality for sale housing, limited maintenance. What people in the community want to buy, that want to stay in the community. It's filling a gap. We didn't just throw something on the plate here and say, hey, let's build. We looked at all those data points, and I think this is going to be a great fit, and I think people are going to love to live there. So, we're excited that we're going to fill a need that we think exists in the city. And then I also went into detail. This is going to definitely provide meaningful revenue in terms of tax revenue for the city. I can go into those figures if council would like me to. Or do you want me to wait for
Yeah, go ahead.
the main meeting? Okay.
I think you can. Yeah.
From a fiscal standpoint, as I said, the project's meaningful. The residential property tax in Mayfield Heights equals approximately 2.4% of market value. The city's public distribution showing a 12.7% of homeowners' property tax bill goes to Mayfield Heights. The development would generate approximately $105,000 to $144,000 annually for the city alone, depending on final home values, and roughly between $829,000 and $1.13 million annually for all taxing jurisdictions combined. The midpoint scenario, 61 new homes averaging 650 would represent close to a $40 million investment in the community. So again, it's meaningful revenue. And in terms of, we also touched early on just in terms of the vision and why we settled on townhomes for the site. We provided a bunch of data about the overall office market and headquarter, the viability for office and headquarters. And if you recall, Rico Petro is one of our partners. He's probably one of the most knowledgeable experts in that. So if Rico wants to speak on the state of the industry in terms of office and its lack of viability, unfortunately, everybody's familiar with what Progressive just sold for. It's going to be a long time before there'd ever be a viable scenario for any type of ground-up office. Maybe not in our generation. It's crazy to say, being in real estate business for over 30 years, but the original use and zoning, I don't think it's going to exist for many, many decades. So, as I had mentioned before, the townhomes, we truly feel, when you look at all those factors, that it really is the highest and best use with, what the need is out there for fee simple, low maintenance housing, and, all the facts behind why the original zoning and use would not work. So we continue to be very confident that it's the highest and best use for the site. We also went into detail in terms of, from a fiscal perspective, it's also going to generate meaningful revenue from an income tax perspective, construction, payroll, and contractor activity during the development, building and permit inspection fees, increased retail spending within Mayfield Heights, restaurant and entertainment spending, the service business utilization from new residents. But, again, overall, the project long-term, It presents a highly stable and sustainable source of revenue for the city, which is always definitely a good thing. In terms of, the community fit and basic character of the project, again, we never even considered apartments. We knew that rentals were off the table. We wanted to come in and fill the void where it's needed, provide housing that fits within Mayfield Heights, designed to attract buyers who want high quality, low maintenance housing. Again, the master plan supports this type of product. It helps retain residents, broaden home ownership options. Also wanted to mention, according to our research, the median value citywide is around 200. So, these are going to be higher end homes, and I think will be a significant positive impact on surrounding values too, which is always a good thing for the market as a whole in the city. We touched on in our report to Mr. Minor, we felt like we've taken all the right steps here. We engaged with, the previous mayor before new mayor came in for over a year, worked with the planning department, didn't rush the process at all. We took this slow to ensure that we were doing it the right way. We looked at traffic, we looked at design, we looked at stormwater, we worked with the fire departments, safety forces. We went through about a half dozen iterations on the site plan to make sure that safety forces were satisfied from a traffic circulation and ingress and egress perspective. So, in terms of the process as a whole, we took the time to work with the city and the various departments to do this the right way. And we feel like we have the best plan in front of you, and that, we've checked all those boxes that were brought up by the city based upon feedback and working through the process. But with that, those are the main points and kind of how we've landed here. And if council has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Or if you have any questions for Rico, like I said, about the office component and why we landed on townhomes, we're here to engage and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Summers. Does someone want to start with some questions?
I don't have a question, just more something you could elaborate on. It was in here, but you mentioned it in the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting a couple weeks ago. So we talked about the density variance, but can you, so everyone could hear, talk about the other requirements, how you're meeting, like open space requirements and things along those lines as part of this development?
Absolutely. During BZA, we talked about all the standards in Duncan versus Middlefield. And, we talked about the fact that we originally looked at site plans that had many more units than that. I think we went through 7 or 8 iterations of the site plan. And during that meeting, we talked about, again, traffic flow, open space, positive aesthetics, repositioning, even the stormwater ponds we brought them up front. We're going to put fountains in them. We want them to, every little element of the project was rearranged in terms of the open space, exceeding the requirements, providing community amenities, even exceeding the threshold for parking that was required. So, we did need a density variance, but on a national scale, I believe we had our urban planning firm pull the data. Typical attached can run anywhere from, I believe, it's like, 14 to 18 units an acre for attached product density on a national scale average. So we're well under that, and we exceed the thresholds for open space. And, we're not just throwing open space in a corner and calling it open space. I mean, we have a central park area that we're going to work with our landscape architecture team to make it look top notch, something that the community can actually use. Not just, a lot of zoning codes have open space codes that say that you can throw a pond or, a triangular piece of inaccessible property at the back corner of our property and check a box for open space. That's not what we did. We worked with Vocon to, come up with that site plan. They're one of the most reputable firms that have designed some of the most upscale, nice communities all over the country. So they actually start with open space design. They don't look at density. They don't look how many units can we pack in here. They actually design around open space first and then design the community around that. So, again, I think that we landed on a plan that we're going to be proud of, that checks all those boxes for functional open space, aesthetics, traffic flow, landscaping, buffering, And again, we feel that the request that we made for 61 on that type of acreage is a very reasonable request coupled with all those factors.
Just to piggyback off of Mr. Brunello, with the density, if we had a winter like we did this year, are you pretty confident you have the place to put the snow and you would have huge piles where people can see pulling out of their driveways and everything?
Yeah, that's always, fortunately, it's June right now, so almost June, we don't think about that. But if we were here in January, it'd be a different story. That's one of the good things about us significantly exceeding the threshold for the guest parking. We don't want to take away from that, but if you do have to use that for overflow in extreme scenarios, we can, and we still have enough spaces with 2 garage spaces, 2 driveway spaces, and then all that additional parking. And then at the end of the cul-de-sac too, we left some open areas where you can do overflow, because that's something that we have to plan for in beautiful Northeast Ohio in, the winter. So yes, that's something that our architects look at, that we all know, and unfortunately is a real factor in the winter.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Mr. Bova?
Yeah, I have a question about the density, but I don't know if it's more for the city necessarily. And I'm asking this really as a new council person and as a resident. When it comes to the density standards that we have, is there something about the infrastructure that we need to be taking into account, like how this will tie into the sewers and electrical grid and even like light pollution? Is there anything that, like when I think about the density, that's what I want to make sure that we're not creating any problems for the project itself. I'm sure you don't either, as well as the surrounding community. So I was just wondering, when we talk about density, is that in scope as well? And how do we estimate to make sure that there isn't an unintended impact to the sewer or water?
I don't know if Braden or our city engineer wants to speak to this, but I'll give it a shot. Certainly that they're going to hire a civil engineer. So stormwater, we have rules and codes about stormwater, and it'll be handled on site with the stormwater. So, that doesn't overflow our storm system. Our new codes, you look at the aquatic center, anywhere else, there are codes that require stormwater to be treated on site and stored to allow that runoff to eventually get to our system, but we kind of hold and contain it on the big storms. Sewer, they're pretty early in their planning. I know they've looked at a surveyor and a civil engineer, but that civil engineer once they get through these approvals, we'll have to look at storm sizing, sewer sizing, water, gas, all of that would be looked at. The infrastructure's there because I work there. When they built that development, a lot of that's there and wasn't fully maxed, but I'm not a civil engineer. I'm sure they'll hire their civil to look at all of the utilities, and if there's a concern, obviously our city engineer is going to review a development like this. So Mr. Finian, his team would be looking out for our best interests on utility sizing, overflow. There'll be a whole back and forth with our city engineer and their civil engineer to make sure that we're not going to exceed any utility, we're tapping into. So that's something that will be looked at in upcoming steps. You won't hire the civil engineer to do all those calculations and details at this stage, because we're still going through all of our steps of pre-approval, like this meeting and, a public meeting, as well as future upcoming meetings. They still have ARB, they're still gonna have final planning to review with this council as well as planning. So there's more steps to be done, but it will be looked at by professionals, including our city engineer. Mr. Finney, anything else you want to add to that?
So you nailed it. Once you get to detailed design, we'll work at the time to meet our stormwater regulations. We don't foresee.
Thank you. But one follow-up, so this is kind of like what I'm trying to just get my arms around. So the current standard has us capped at 36 units for that type of a space. We're going to be at 61 units. So if 36 is our established high point, it just sounds to me like we're trying to fit a 20-pound something in a 10-pound bag. like it's 60 units in a space that our standard is at 36. So that's my only question as a resident.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll give you my opinion, take it for what it's worth. You know, as the city's aware, we're starting a master planning process, and being on BZA for many years, we are dealing with some 1980s codes that really haven't been looked at, changed, and a lot has changed in the world on how people want to live, trends. So as I think Mr. Summers mentioned, you know, we're well below national average on these type of higher end townhomes. When we talk about density, I mean, there was reasons for density, you know, but there's also, the world has changed and how people want to live and work in, you know, those communities that want to be successful and draw, you know, people to live, work in their community. And that's what we're seeing in the industry. Rico could probably speak to that better than me. I'm not in this business like Greg is, but we do see it a lot just, you know, through my firm is that, you know, density, you know, it has become a concern on older zoning ordinances because it was developed in the 70s and 80s. And now, you know, a lot of these building types really didn't exist, you know, then, you know, so it's really, this would be a, you know, a denser project for us, yes, but I think part of at least my experience in BZA is we've come across codes that are much older and haven't adapted to new trends, new living, what people want living in a community. So this is definitely a different type of product and housing stock than we have, but is being done nationally throughout
Okay.
and been successful. I mean, I guess one question I'll ask, and I think you were in your email, you know, and there was some concern about just the economic viability, right? You mentioned we have 205,000 average on the home value, and this is a much higher product. And, you know, we have tested that with Bridgeport. You know, we've introduced $900 million homes into Mayfield that development's fully built out, right? It took a little bit. So I guess the question for you, Mr. Summers, and May Rico is in what initial study have you done on economic feasibility of, you know, being able to sell these where we don't build 4 and it sits vacant because we don't have the draw to attract, you know, the range you're looking at for these kind of higher end townhomes?
I'll start off and then I'll let Rico comment. In the information that I submitted, you know, our estimated range is 550 to 750, because, you know, these units can vary whether you have, you know, a finished basement, as everybody's aware. You can option a townhome or a single family home at 2 very different ends of the spectrum. And it's crazy to think about, but in the world we live in terms of construction costs now, I mean, a starter home, new construction, you're not touching, even if it's on the smaller end for, you know, $400,000 to $450,000 is what we see every single day. You know, these are going to be upscale, limited maintenance. You know, we look hard at all the data points before, you know, we're going to take a substantial risk here and make a substantial investment in the community. You know, we do look at resale comps. The 205 is, you know, an average looking at the entire city. As we all know, there's different parts of the city, different neighborhoods, different housing stock. But, you know, we're looking at this site specific when we're working with our planning firms, you know, looking at all those data points to see how viable it is before we're willing to take a risk of that magnitude. I don't think we're going to have any problem at all. I think one of the biggest gaps in the market is people that want to live, you know, in a beautiful upscale home close to all the amenities and not have to take care of a single thing. There's a huge gap for that. There's a lot of people that live in the area that have bigger lots, bigger homes that would love to stay in the area, whether it be in Mayfield Heights, Gates Mills, Pepper Pike, all around this area here, that may have a big home that, you know, they just don't want to deal with that anymore. They want the amenities of a home, but just don't want to deal with, you know, everything that's involved in having a large yard and the maintenance factor and, you know, what comes with the seasons and plowing and landscaping. And, you know, it's a lot, as we're all aware of. So, you know, we take a very hard look at that before we're willing to take a risk of this magnitude, and we have the highest level of confidence. And there's still a huge lack of inventory too, across all price ranges. You know, that's, you know, COVID changed that and the housing market kind of went crazy, but I mean, there's just quality for sale housing in anywhere, in every community. I mean, it's still remained historically low in terms of inventory. So we're highly confident, or else we wouldn't be standing up here willing to make that type of investment and take that kind of risk. But there you go.
Good evening, everyone. Rico Petro, Independence, Ohio. So our firm, Cresco Real Estate, is involved in a lot of different development, everything from commercial to these type of residential developments. We probably do 3 or 4 of these types of developments a year. It can be across any type of residential use. It can be apartments. It can be build for rent, which is your horizontal build for rent apartments, or it could be these type of projects that are built for sale. Our analysis matched really what the cavity or the missing tooth was in your market, and it was a higher end efficient product to accommodate empty nesters, people that just frankly don't want to be in the yard work, the snow plowing business, but also have that sense of community where they have these touch points with these pocket parks that are outlined as part of the VOCON plan. So high level, we personally have done a market research evaluation. We've also spoken with our business partners that would be building these. And all groups have pointed to, people want to be in Mayfield Heights. What they're looking for is alternative to 30 or 40-year-old stock housing that just come with more maintenance and renovation obligations. And they're looking for convenience and accessibility. So we think that we've matched the market of what has a draw for, call it a 10 or 15 mile radius, maybe bringing people from surrounding communities. But the big piece is that it's a missing piece that isn't currently available. And it's frankly probably not available because some of the limitations that do come with your zoning. So I think that's what led to the request for the variance. But in addition to that, I think the key component here is you have residents that are looking for alternatives to get away from, you know, a 30 or 40, 50-year-old home, the yard work that comes with it. We want to give an alternative to those groups that can retire gracefully here in Mayfield Heights.
I have a question.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Talbin.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So are you building only when you sell? What is the plan as far as building? Is it phased so that you've got stock and then you're selling, or you're only going to build if somebody buys? So how do you see that rolling out?
We plan on doing it in 2 phases. So, you know, we'll do an initial phase of, we'll probably have it and do initial phase of 30. And typically we'll start 2 or 3 buildings at once. And then what you do with townhomes is you do what's called dry them in. So, you know, we'll pour the foundation for the entire building, you frame it, and then you do all the exterior as if it was completely done. And then as you sell them, you know, so if you were standing outside, it would look like it was completely finished. Because you can't really, you know, an attached product, you can't just build a unit and then have a foundation exposed, and it just doesn't look right, doesn't work logistically from a construction perspective. So we'll see, like our model building, we'll build 2 units, and then the other 2 will be completely shelled and ready. And then when people purchase them, they'll have the option to do some customization and selections as we go. But, you know, we expect, I truly expect that we'll sell these out in a year based upon, you know, what we found with our data and research. I think it'll be a year. I really do. I think there's demand to that level for this type of housing in that location. Year and a half maybe, but I mean, that's a level of confidence we have based upon all the data that we've seen from all of our partners.
And are you doing this selling then too?
Are we?
Doing this actual selling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this.
That's it? Go ahead. No, please.
So the other questions I have are, do they have basements, and what's the square footage? I never saw the range of square footage or if there's basements.
Yes, all of them are going to be on basements, and they're going to range from approximately 1,900 to 2,700 square feet. There's a couple of different floor plans that we're going to offer. We actually, even since we first started pursuing this project and talking to the city about it, we completely redesigned like 70% of our unit prototypes to be a first floor master, because there's such a strong indication that people want, you know, first floor living. We were looking at more upstairs masters. Now we're looking at like 70% of the units being all first floor master. That's how strong the data is about people that, because it gives you the option essentially to have 1 floor living, but then, you know, say you have kids that are coming in town or guests, you still have the upstairs, but you still truly have one-floor living. There's an overwhelming amount of data for the demand of first-floor masters. Huge gap in the market for that. So that's a new prototype that actually came into design after we started the process with the city.
I have another one.
Go ahead.
The land order authorization letter that Rockwell gave you, do you have another one? This expired 30 days ago.
I will provide that to Braden tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. We extended our contract with them a few times. And the
Okay.
one that's on record, but yeah, we were all current with them, and I'll provide that to the city.
Okay,
For the
thank you.
record. Yep.
And I have a question for Joe.
Okay.
The question is for Joe, for BZA. Could you clarify the practical difficulty that you used for the density? Did they prove practical difficulty?
Yeah, well, there's practical difficulty and economic hardship associated with the land. So he mentioned I want to say Dunder Mifflin, but it wasn't Dunder Mifflin. It was the other, Duncan.
Duncan versus Middlefield
Thank
standards.
you. Case as a precedent for the need for the density variance as it relates to the units they're able to build for economic viability for the developers. So that was part of it. And going back to something that you asked Mike a few minutes ago regarding the ordinances and what have you, one of the interesting things that we found was even though the density variance was 36 units versus this proposed 61, they're still staying under code or above code, I guess, parameters, which is why I asked about it, on every other metric that we have as it relates to open spaces, additional parking for spaces on those lands, so on and so forth. So the hardship was without the variance, then they wouldn't have the opportunity to develop a development that would be economically viable based on the ordinances that we have. So that was what they, and it's a reference in here as well, what we received, but that was the premise of where we as a BZA board approved the variance request for the density at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have
Yes,
one
Mr. Teller.
Just looking at your map, and I see it's pretty straightforward, but any concern about like emergency vehicles, fire trucks getting back there without any issues on some of these tight turns here?
When we went through the thorough redesign process and engaged with Braden and the fire department, we did radius study on all of the turning radiuses to make sure, that civil engineers have a software and the fire department provides the length of their longest fire apparatus, and they look at the radius and turns of all that. And they looked at that from a very detailed basis and provided a staff report that everything is in compliance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Hi, thank you. I just have a quick comment. The Woodhawk Club president did reach out to me, and she had said that they had not had any conversations with you. Would you be willing to go to one of their meetings that they have, or speak to the president on behalf of the units over there to answer some of the questions they have?
Of course. We'd be glad to. I would have reached out, but the correspondence I got was only from the residents that were directly adjoining. But we'd be glad to engage with the community in any way that was requested.
Okay.
If there's a contact, I'd be glad to reach out.
And then I know we have a packet of letters from residents, with their concerns, and this was dated like May 3rd. And some of those people that you said you had spoke to are in this packet. Did those conversations happen after this packet was given to us? After May 3rd, like recently? Some of the concerns.
The residents that, I believe I received the letter, because the residents had signed, it was a letter that was all the same, but some people
Right.
had signed it.
Yeah.
I believe I received that maybe like 2 or 3 days before the BZA meeting.
Okay.
And then several of the residents had attended the BZA meeting, and we spoke after the meeting. I think I spoke to maybe 5 or 6 residents, I believe.
Okay.
And most of them were the houses that were directly adjoining the property that we're looking to develop.
Right.
And then after that, I personally went out and dropped letters in everybody's mailbox, just expressing, the willingness to meet and reiterating that we would definitely follow through with any of the buffering or anything that was discussed or promised during that meeting.
Perfect. I think their biggest rumor over there is that that street's going to open up. And that's something that they were really upset about.
Yeah,
So
no,
I'm glad you made them aware that it won't.
Yeah, the one gentleman who lives over there, he had that concern during the meeting, and I showed him, if you look at our map, I mean, there's going to be units that are built right where that street stubs. And we also offered the woman who lives at that last house on the left to extend the concrete wall all the way across to completely close it off.
Okay.
We offered that because she said it stops, I believe, like halfway down her property line.
Yes.
Which would be to the west. We offered to extend that the whole way down. And like I said, we're going to have units and people living there, so there's pending, crazy things happen. That's never going to happen in terms of, I'm just saying it on the record to make people comfortable that will never be a through street and won't even have pedestrian access the way that we're proposing to close it off.
Okay.
So they'd maintain their privacy and dead-end street status indefinitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Talbin.
More. There's a lot of great big trees around there. So do you know how much that you can actually save some of those?
The good
Yet?
news is, as was just mentioned, like with our BZA request, we had a 90-foot setback off Parkland. There was a 30-foot around the entire perimeter. Huge priority, which is an asset for the existing residents and the new residents that would live here, is to save those. Anything that's within that 30-foot setback, we're going to try to save. I mean, a lot of the site is open, but the areas where you do have some tree coverage is around the perimeter. And the way the topography works with everything running from east to west, I think a lot of the storm infrastructure won't interfere in terms of location being on the perimeter setbacks. So, I think we'll have an opportunity to save a fair amount of those. Because we're either going to pay for, huge trees to plant to, fulfill what we promised the neighbors, or, we can save them. And if anything, the areas where you do have existing tree coverage, we would work with our landscape architect to put additional evergreens within, those forested areas, or, work with an arborist. So then you'd at least have year-round greenery with evergreens, because, there aren't any evergreens. But the ideal is to keep as many trees as we can in the perimeter and pepper in evergreens wherever we can. In the areas that don't have existing trees, like I said, there's a huge topsoil mound there, which is a perfect opportunity for us to actually do mounding within the 30 feet. So you'd have, the concrete wall, and then you'd have a mound with trees. So you'd have privacy at a, 6-foot privacy wall that's solid concrete. Then, you'd have mounding with evergreens that would exceed the height of the wall. So, it's going to completely close that area off, which is a benefit to the existing and the new residents that would live in Park Place. So, yes, I'll say it on the record, we're going to save as many as possible, and I think there'll be a pretty good opportunity to do so with the perimeter setbacks around the entire site.
Okay, thank you. One other question. There's currently a number of mounds already, and it was hard for me to visualize exactly where things were going to go. But it looks like you'd have to be going right through one of the big mounds too, probably, right? There's a lot of, that's already there.
It's the rear of the site, which would be to the east is where the big mound is. So towards the back, if you were facing the site on Parkland, the big mound is towards the back of the site.
To the back of the
Yes.
site?
Yeah, east. Yeah, it would be to the east.
So the parking lot really becomes a lot of the building area that's right there too,
Yes.
right?
There's a portion of the parking lot that's being vacated and sold to us.
Okay.
And then I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe on that side, we'll probably put, 6-foot privacy fencing and landscaping to buffer rock wall. And then the rest of it would be the mounding evergreens and the existing 6-foot concrete privacy wall. So we should be able to heavily buffer that.
And then the entrance driveway, are you using the entrance driveway that's currently into Rockwell, or is it splitting off before that?
We'll have two completely separate new entry drives to the north of Rockwell's existing.
To the north of Rockwell? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? Mr. Summers? Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn our committee of the whole, to open it up more to a public hearing format for this project. Obviously, if you're here to speak tonight, we're going to have about 15 minutes. We'll start at 7 o'clock, but we're going to open it up in the public portion if this does run over, to bring up any comments, concerns, since this is already on our agenda at 7 o'clock for a number of items for this development. That'll give you an opportunity to speak. But I think the intent here was to open it up to the public here before council. Or do we want to wait, Mr. LaGrasso, to the public session of council? Yeah, so I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Brunello,
Second.
second by Ms. Telbin. All in favor signify by say aye. Aye. Thank you. It is 6:44. We are now adjourned on our committee of the whole. And we will now open it up for a public hearing on this project.
Thank you, Mr. President. Opening the public hearing regarding ordinance number 26-12, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Mayfield Heights, Ohio, so as to rezone permanent parcel number 863-20-003 from the current U-7 headquarters or executive offices parks districts to U-2A1 planned unit development district, minimum 3 acres. Are there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to City Council regarding this? If so, state your name and your address, and you come up to the microphone, please. Any takers?
Well, I think you heard today that, Mr. Summers has been available to discuss after or address your concerns. I think some of you have spoke up in BZA, our last meeting. This is a multi-step process, and, we're here to kind of open this up to the public to discuss concerns, but this is not your only opportunity. I think we want to hear your thoughts and concerns, especially, being, if you're a Woodhawk resident on the street. I think between council and the mayor and Summers Development, we're kind of here to hear your and understand your concerns, and work through what we can do for those residents at Woodhawk. And I think the mayor mentioned that we will schedule something for the Woodhawk condominium group.
I'll make sure that I get the information to you, and that she would like a call, and you can schedule something with the condominium complex, if that's okay. After the meeting, I can share her information. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. President, we did receive the same, it looks like letter or same from about 10 different residents. I'm going to read the letter into the record. It's regarding PC 26-02- rezoning request, permanent parcel number 863-20-033 Parkland Boulevard. Dear members of the Planning Commission, we are residents of the single-family neighborhood adjacent to the property referenced in case PC 26-02. Excuse me. We write to express our strong opposition to the proposed rezoning from U-7 to U-2A1 for a townhouse development. We strongly support the city's concern regarding the significant increase in density, which is not compatible with our single-family neighborhood. This proposal represents an abrupt and inappropriate change in land use without a proper transition. The development also fails to provide adequate setbacks and buffering, which will negatively impact privacy and neighborhood character. In addition, it would result in the loss of green space, replacing an open area with dense construction and raising legitimate concerns related to environmental quality, and visual quality, including stormwater management and reduction of tree canopy. For these reasons, we urge the Commission to deny this zoning request. If it is considered further, it must include substantially reduced density, increased setbacks, and preservation of meaningful green space buffers. We also request to be included in all future communications and updates regarding this case. Thank you for your consideration. We'll make these letters part of the official record of this meeting, and the residents who signed it, names appear on each letter.
Thank you, Mr. LaGrasso. Are there any questions for Mr. LaGrasso for City Council? Okay. I don't see official thing to adjourn this. We do? Okay, good. So I'd make a motion to adjourn our public hearing.
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Teller. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now adjourned on the public hearing. Sorry. Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone to the May 27th council meeting of the City of Mayfield Heights. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Brunello.
Here.
Mr. Buffa.
Here.
Miss Finney Brown. Here. Mr. Medic.
Here.
Mr. Minor.
Here.
Miss Talbin.
Here.
Mr. Teller.
Here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is the approval of the minutes from our May 11th, 2026 council meeting. I hope everyone's had a time to read over these minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Mr. Minor. Are there any suggested changes, amendments, or deletions to those minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? These minutes have been approved. Next is the approval of the minutes from our May 11, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting. I hope everyone's had a chance to read over these minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Teller. Are there any suggested changes, amendments, or deletions to those minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? These minutes have been approved as written. Next on the agenda are correspondence and announcements. Does any member of council have any correspondence or announcements?
I do, Mr. President.
Yes, Ms. Finney Brown.
So the Mayfield Union Cemetery Committee met on May 18th. I talked to you guys about some of the stuff in the past meetings. We're going to start working on the stones in the month of June. They're going to start on the first 15, and we have about 150 stones that need to be repaired. For that the month of June, the first $5,000 grant that we received a few years ago is going to be used, and I think it expires in June, so that will be what will be used for that. We did decide that we are going to up the dues starting January 1st of 2027 to $5,000 instead of $1,000 a year. That will go until we, in a few years, budget and see where we're at with the stones. And yeah, that's basically it. And we're going to wait on the vets stones till we can see if we can further grants with that to use, but we're still waiting on some information on that. So the first 15 are going to be stones that are not vets, so.
Any questions for Ms. Finney Brown? Thank you. Does anyone else have any other announcements?
I do, Mr.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes, I have two announcements. The first one is on May 14th, Councilman Buffa and I attended the board meeting for the Chagrin River Watershed Partnership. For anybody who's interested in seeing some of their work, they had just finished that day in Willoughby Eastlake, the public library, a rain garden. So if you're ever in that area, you can actually see that. They also explained another residential area, so you could, they do incredible work. But the thing that we can do is actually go learn about them this year because it's their 30th anniversary. And they are planning on July 18th a Chagrin River canoe float. Now, I don't know what that looks like, but it sounds pretty fun. So that's going to take place. You probably can go to their website to learn more. So that's the Chagrin River Watershed Partnership. In the late August and September, they're going to be doing bus tours to all of the watershed projects, some that they did and other watershed projects. So when I have the dates, I'll let you know, because it might be fun for the council to go on a bus tour and see some of these works. And then on October 16, they're having a gala. And the gala is going to be at the Honey Hill at the Hive in Chagrin Falls. So all of that is to help celebrate their 30th anniversary. The other thing is that I attended the Northeast Ohio City Council Association. You probably all have received invitations on some of their meetings. I've gone to 3 now. The greatest part of it is you meet colleagues in other cities, and you have breakout groups, and you can talk about and share best practices around different sorts of issues that we're all dealing with. I did request that they consider hosting a parliamentary procedure training for new people, or even people who have been around for a while that want a refresher. So they're going to research that, and I'll let you know if that gets set up.
Any questions for Ms. Delvin? Thank you. Any other announcements? Next are the reports of officers, starting with the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our annual Memorial Day ceremony was held on Monday to honor those who served our country and are no longer with us. Thank you to Nick Tagg, our program manager, who organized this event, and our keynote speaker, Colonial Robert Rice, with the United States Marine Corps. He's a retired veteran. Thank him for his service, his sacrifice, and inspiring words he spoke to us on Monday. I'd also like to thank our Mayfield Heights Police Department and our Fire Honor Guards, and also our Service Department, Rabbi Eisenberg and Father Stephen Quinn, and Armani Diamond, who sang our national anthem. This event was a wonderful tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. Please join us for our Flag Day celebration on Sunday, June 14th at 1 p.m. with our parade down Mayfield Road. There will be a Mayfield Heights free swim day beginning at 2:30 and a country concert from 3 to 6. Food trucks will also be at the park. And this concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions for the mayor? Moving on to finance, Mrs. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no report tonight.
Thank you. Law Department, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no report tonight, but regarding Resolution 2026-34, the resolution authorizing the transfer of the Kitty Hook and ladder vehicle, that's going to be on for first reading. The mayor and I talked today, and she wanted to make some changes and corrections to it, so we will just read it for the first time tonight. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. LaGrasso. Any questions for our Law Department? Moving on to department directors. Are there any department heads that have a report or comment tonight? Next on our agenda are reports of committees, commissions, and boards. Starting with the Building Committee, Mr. Buffa.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report, but we will have our first building committee meeting June 4th at 4 p.m. So more to come.
Thank you, Mr. Buffa. Move into Finance and Audit Committee, Mr. Brunello.
No report.
Thank you. Moving to Legislative Committee, Ms. Delvin.
Committee did not meet, so we do not have a report.
Thank you. Moving to Public Works and Service Committee, Mr. Minor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So have a quick report. We held our first meeting of the year on May 21st. It was a very informative meeting, which the minutes will reflect. There was a lot of good information shared on the record. Just a quick update on projects in the city. Marnell Road work has begun. So if you live close there like I do, half the road is already gone on Longwood. So it's nice to see that project progress. It is scheduled to be down, at least the road should be down and repaved by the end of July, but of course that date could shift depending on things that could happen. Ridgebury work will begin the week of June 8th. Eastbound traffic on Ridgebury will continue to flow. Westbound will be closed. Everyone should just plan accordingly, but we'll also follow up from the Parks and Rec meeting to discuss any impact to the parade from June 14th, that Sunday. So Nick will follow up on that. The Washington project was awarded by council last council meeting. The work related to that project will not begin until after July 1st, and that is due to funding requirements. So just to give everybody a heads up on that. And then GPD will be coming to council with a request, or at least an ordinance for funding related to drafting a 5-year capital plan for the city related to infrastructure. So everybody should keep an eye out for that. And that is my report.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Are there any questions? Moving to Safety and Transportation Committee, Ms. Finney Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no report.
Thank you. Moving to Board of Zoning Appeals, Mr. Brunello.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a busy BZA agenda the last couple of weeks. We have a few items on tonight's agenda from the BZA meeting that we held. We had a regularly scheduled BZA meeting on Tuesday, May 11th, and then we had a special meeting on May 19th for another case that we had to see. So what's on the agenda tonight are variance requests from Target for signage, additionals, they're redoing their front, Sprouts setback variances, and then the Summers Project Parkland density variance request. On that last one, I just want to make a public record of something. We received a letter prior to that meeting, the BZA did, on the letter was dated May 3rd. We received it prior to that meeting. The letter was signed from a few residents in Woodhawk voicing their concern. It was actually to the Planning Commission, but they wanted to make the BZA aware of it. That letter was read publicly a little while ago by our law director, so it is on public record, and a lot of the, if not all, the concerns that were listed in that letter that we received were addressed earlier tonight by Mr. Summers. So I just wanted to let everyone know that.
Thank you, Mr. Brunello. Any questions? Moving to Recreation and Parks Committee, Mr. Teller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Memorial Day weekend did not give us the weather we hoped for to open the Aquatic Center. We are ready to open and hope the weather improves for this last weekend of preseason. Our official start to the Aquatic Center regular season will be Thursday, June 4th, opening at 1 p.m. till 5:45 p.m. For update, please follow our social media for the most up-to-date information. We are getting excited about our Flag Day Parade and event on Sunday, June 14th. The parade will step off at 1 p.m. from the Greens of Lyndhurst and travel to Golden Gate Plaza. After the parade, we invite you back to the Aquatic Center and Community Center for a fun-filled afternoon featuring the Bronx Country Band from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., inflatables, food trucks, walking entertainment, free pool admission for Mayfield Heights residents with proof of residency, please, and more. Full details, please visit the website at www.mayfieldheightsohio.gov or follow our social media. We look forward to seeing our community out enjoying the day. Thank you, Mr. President. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Teller. Are there any questions? Finally, Planning Commission, we did not meet last week, nor do we have any items on the agenda for this coming Monday, so I do not have a report. Moving to comments from the public, we'll now proceed with the public portion of the meeting. Pursuant to City Code, each person will be allowed 5 minutes to speak with a maximum of 30 minutes allotted for the entire public portion. If you are here in connection with an agenda item, this is your opportunity to address council. However, please note that this is not the opportunity for debate or slighted comments. If you'd like to be heard this evening, please fill out the form at the public entrance. During the public portion, I will call each person wishing to speak to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record and speak clearly into the microphone. It is now 7:15, and I will open the public portion. We will now close the public portion. Do I have one? Oh, sorry. Andy. Just name and address for record.
Andrew Hoffman, Cosmo Eastgate Limited, 30201 Aurora Road, Solon.
Push the microphone. Thank you.
Mayor, President, members of council, I'm here on behalf of the resolution to approve the Board of Zoning Appeals granting of a variance to Target for a larger west-facing sign, which is to say the front of the store, which is about 1,100 feet back from Somme Center Road. As you may know, they are in the process of a pretty substantial remodeling, both interior and exterior. They will change the exterior colors, and they are changing their sign from red to white, as will the bullseye color be changed. We love it when any of our tenants spends money on their store in Mayfield Heights, and this is no exception. They understand that visibility is crucial. And the hardship running with the land for Target is their location behind the center. And that's the basis for their request for the variance, and I believe that's why the board approved it. And so I'm asking council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight? We will now close the public portion. It is now 7:17. Moving to ordinance and resolutions, I have a request to put in a motion to advance resolution number 2026-28 to the top due to members in the audience to present, as well as our economic developer, Jeremy Rowan. So I'd like to make a motion to move resolution 2026-28 to the top of the list. Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Brunello. Roll call on a motion to approve.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Resolution number 2026-28, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a relocation grant agreement between the City of Mayfield Heights and AmTrust North American, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $2,300,000.00 and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve? Oh, is there a motion to suspend the rules?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Bonello. Roll call on motion to suspend.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. Is there a motion to approve?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. So we'll open up for discussion comments. Mr. Rowan, would you like to present?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Here to provide some background and overview on this resolution regarding the relocation grant for AmTrust North America. So AmTrust North America is a privately held insurance company, and I'm not going to go into some background about the company because we do have a representative who can do that much better than I can. I'm going to touch on the commitments of both the company and the city related to the grant. So due to their continued growth, AmTrust has outgrown their current location for office space, and they're looking to relocate 540 full-time and part-time employees into the building at 6055 Parkland Boulevard. So most people would know that as the building that was Progressive, had the Progressive sign on it next to Park Ohio. The company has a 15-year lease on that building, and they've committed to maintain a payroll of $49 million in that space for 10 years. And within 3 years of relocating to the Parkland Boulevard location, they're using the reasonable efforts to increase that payroll to $54 million. And then I also will add that the company is putting in substantial money for tenant improvements. So they're making in excess of $20 million worth of improvements to that building. So significant upgrade to the real estate as well. So in support of AmTrust relocation and investment in the real estate, I'm recommending that the city provide the company with a relocation grant in the amount of $2.3 million. The initial payment of $300,000 will be due to the company 90 days after receiving a certificate of occupancy on the space. and moving in. And then will also be some verification of payroll commitments being made. The remainder of the grant funds will be paid out over the first 10 years of the 15-year lease. So beginning January 1, after the year of the certificate of occupancy, we'll start the year 1, and provided that AmTrust is not in default and meeting all of their commitments that are outlined in the grant agreement, the city would provide them a payment of $200,000 as the secondary payments of the relocation grant for that 10-year period, and that gets up to the full relocation grant amount of $2.3 million. So the full obligations of both the company, of the city, the remedies, if there are any defaults, are all outlined in the grant agreement itself. We ask that council consider passing this through emergency tonight so they can get this approval and they can move forward with their project. As you can imagine, when you're looking at that amount of investment in real estate, it's going to take them quite a bit of time to do that work, and they're planning to try to move in, by the end of the year if possible. So it's a pretty aggressive timeline. So now turn it over to another Jeremy from AmTrust, who can talk a little bit about the company. And then after he's done, if you have any questions for him or for me, we'll go from there.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Mayor, President, City Council. It's an honor to stand before you today representing AmTrust. A little bit about our company. We've been around since 1998. Our modus operandi is essentially to insure small businesses. That's how we started, and that's who we are today. We're the third largest workers' compensation provider in the world, and we have our operations in this area. In order to attract the best and the brightest to our company, we need to offer them something. We offer them high compensation. We need to offer them good office space. And I can't imagine a better place for them to work than Mayfield Heights. So Jeremy spoke initially about who's going to be coming here, what we're going to be bringing. But I want to just take the time to just say thank you to all of you for considering this. Without this grant, this project would never be possible. So thank you, and I open myself up for questions.
Are there any questions for Jeremy? Thank you, Jeremy. Is there anyone else from AmTrust North America would like to speak? Okay, thank you. Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes.
Mr. Teller?
Yes.
Mr. Brunello?
Yes.
Mr. Medic?
Yes, this resolution has been approved. Circling back to ordinances and resolutions, is there a motion to suspend the rules on ordinance 2026-12, 2026-13, and resolutions 2026-27, 2026-29, 2026-30, 2026-31, 2026-32, 2026-33, and 2026-34.
I have a point of clarification, if I can.
Yes, Ms. Delvin.
For ordinance 2026-12, I don't see an emergency declaration. And my understanding was, given the orientation for new council, that zoning cannot be anything with an emergency. It says zoning changes, city boundary modification, elected official compensation cannot be passed by urgent or emergency measures. So can you clarify that?
Mr. LaGrasso.
No, I believe Councilwoman is correct on that, that we cannot do that on just an emergency motion. So.
So we'll remove that and put that on first reading, correct, Mr. LaGrasso?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Delbin, for correcting us.
I read. Sometimes I remember.
All right, I'm not going to read all those again, but we'll remove that from the list. So can I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Teller, second by Ms. Finney Brown. Roll call on the motion to suspend.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. This motion has carried. Moving to ordinance number 2026-09, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to continue the agreement with a council of governments composed of the city of South Euclid, Highland Heights, Lyndhurst, Mayfield Heights, the village of Mayfield, Richmond Heights, and the village of Gates Mills, providing for the continuation of community partnership on aging and declaring an emergency. First readings were on April 27th. Second reading was on May 11th.
So this was a third reading, but the draft is still being developed. So I'd like to propose a motion to move ordinance 2026-09 to the table until we receive the updated agreement. Is there a motion to table?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Brunello,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Teller. So that has been tabled. Moving to ordinance 2026-12, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a clarification. Even though it's not declared an emergency, City Council can still suspend the rules and pass this on first reading. It just doesn't go into effect with the emergency timeline.
Okay.
So that if you want to address it tonight, suspend the rules on it, you can go ahead and pass it. It's just not under an emergency.
So it'd still be put on first reading.
No, you can vote on it tonight. But because it's not an emergency goes into effect sooner. This takes 30 days to get into effect. So that's the only difference. Doesn't go into effect almost immediately upon the signature of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. LaGrasso. Are there any questions for Mr. LaGrasso on this one? This is the one we just addressed, Ms. Delbin.
Right, because I wanted to be clear on how that's handled.
Yes.
But do we need an to suspend the rule? We still suspend the rules,
Suspend the
but it's not an emergency measure.
emergency.
So,
Doesn't go into effect upon the signature.
so it's 30 days, 30 days it goes to effect. Okay, thanks.
So it's just a motion to suspend the rules.
Correct. So I should have made that clear when I spoke earlier.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. Mr. LaGrasso, the next step would be the process we're doing here. Is this still a roll call to approve?
No motion to suspend the rules. Vote on that. And then I already read it.
So just a roll call on the motion to suspend. Can we have a roll call on the motion to suspend?
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. A motion to approve.
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. This ordinance has been adopted. Moving to ordinance number 2026-13, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you. Mr. President, an ordinance amending the original ordinance 24-21, providing for the organization of certain administrative departments and fixing the salaries and other benefits of certain officers and employees therein, previously amended by ordinance 2025-13 and 2026-07, and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Teller. The City of Mayfield Heights desires to establish an hourly rate to pay our auxiliary officers. As noted in the Chief Mealy's memo, the position was previously a volunteer position. This rate would take effect June 1st, 2026. Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Ms. Talbin,
Yes.
Mr. Teller,
Yes.
Mr. Brunello,
Yes.
Mr. Buffa,
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Minor,
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. This resolution is adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-27, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution approving the granting of a lot split by the Mayfield Heights Planning Commission for Sprouts Grocery Store for permanent parcel number 861-24-069, creating new parcels K1, K2, and K3, and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Minor. Sprouts Grocery Store applied to the Mayfield Heights Planning Commission for a lot split on the property located at 5906 Mayfield Road in the city of Mayfield Heights to facilitate the construction of a grocery store at that location. Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Brunello,
Yes.
Mr. Buffa,
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Minor,
Yes.
Ms. Talbin,
Yes.
Mr. Teller,
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. This resolution is adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-29, Mr. LaGrasso.
A resolution approving the granting of a density variance by the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals for Summers Development Group, LLC, acting as agent for Rockwell Automation, Inc., to allow for 7.92 units per acre in the U2A1 zoning district for permanent parcel number 863-20-003 and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve? Move. Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. Summers Development Group LLC requested a density variance for a new residential development on permanent parcel number 863-20-003. The City of Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeal granted the variance request. Mr. Brunello, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, we've discussed this property quite a bit, so I don't really have anything else to add at this point.
Are there any questions?
Just a point of clarification.
Mr. Minor.
Clarification for Mr. LaGrasso. Is there a conflict between this resolution and ordinance 2026-12? So the zone doesn't change the U2A1 for 30 days, but this is an emergency. I was just curious if there was a conflict.
I don't see a conflict, Mr. Meyer.
Okay.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
I'm sorry. Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Buffa,
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Minor,
Yes.
Ms. Talbin, Mr. Teller,
Yes.
Mr. Brunello,
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes. This resolution is now adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-30, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution approving the granting of a signage variance by the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals to Max Willig, Kimley Horn, agent for Cosmo Rome Limited, owner of 1285 Som Center Road, to install 415 square feet of signage on the west wall of the building for permanent parcel number 862-29002 and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Brunello,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Minor. The City of Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals granted the variance request. Mr. Brunello, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. So that building's been standing since 2000, which surprised me when I read through it. And the current sign was put up prior to some of the zoning changes that we've had over the years. So really what they're doing is, and Mr. Hoffman covered it, the main sign is going to relatively remain the same size, just different color, but then the other signs across the building, drive up, or some other things are being added to the total signage, so along with the whole facelift that's going on with the building. So relative to the size of the building where the signs are, that was, and running up against some of the ordinances that were passed after that building was built, was how we established a practical difficulty and passed this ordinance, the variance.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Brunello? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Ms. Finney Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes.
Mr. Teller?
Yes.
Mr. Brunello?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Mr. Medic?
Yes, this resolution is now adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-31, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution amending the various petty cash and change funds and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Minor,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes.
Mr. Teller?
Yes.
Mr. Brunello?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Medic?
Yes, this resolution is now adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-32, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution approving the granting of rear setback variance of 20 feet by the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals for Sprouts Grocery Store for permanent parcel number 861-24-069 and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teller,
Second.
second by Mr. Buffa. Sprouts Grocery Store applied to the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals. The Board of Zoning Appeals has approved the setback variance request. Mr. Brunello, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Just that these variants, the setback requests were granted because this was needed for them to build a viable grocery store with loading and traffic and parking, what have you. It was a very well-done presentation that established the difficulty.
Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes.
Mr. Teller?
Yes.
Mr. Brunello?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Mr. Medic?
Yes, this resolution is now adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-33, Mr. LaGrasso.
Thank you, Mr. President. A resolution approving the granting of a front setback variance of 120 feet by the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals for Sprouts Grocery Store for permanent parcel number 861-24-069 and declaring an emergency.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Minor. Sprouts Grocery Store applied to the Mayfield Heights Board of Zoning Appeals. The Board of Zoning Appeals has approved the setback variance request. Mr. Brunello, is there anything you'd like to add?
My last comment covered both.
Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Teller?
Yes.
Mr. Brunello?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Ms. Talbin?
Yes.
Mr. Medic?
Yes, this resolution is now adopted. Moving to resolution number 2026-34, Mr. Garasso, I think you addressed this earlier in the meeting.
That's correct, Mr. President. This is first reading of 2026-34, a resolution authorizing the mayor and service director to donate the Kitty Hook and Ladder vehicle to Joseph Tamaro of Euclid Beach, as it has no material use to the city and is valued under $1,000. first reading.
Do we need a motion to put this on first reading and roll call? No.
You don't need it.
No. Moving on to motions. Motion A, Mr. LaGrasso.
Motion A motion for the police department to sell 2016 Nissan Altima, VIN number 1N4AL3AP2GC214690, has mileage of 38,564 miles.
Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Minor,
Second.
second by Ms. Finney Brown. Are there any questions? Roll call on the motion to approve.
Mr. Brunello.
Yes.
Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. Finney Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Minor.
Yes.
Ms. Talbin.
Yes.
Mr. Teller.
Yes.
Mr. Medic.
Yes, this motion has been approved. Moving on to new business, comments from council. Is there any new business or comments from council? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Finney Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Teller. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, everyone. It is now 7:43, and we are now adjourned.